camera on, that crooked grin. Chat's already reeling him in. Cletus Jenkins, name tag flashing, spawns in cold, inventory crashing, punching trees, hits the wrong key, builds a house with a missing roof piece. Cletus Jenkins, press start again, falling off cliffs like it's all pretend. Crafts a torch, then burns the base down. He's the king of going back to the spawn ground. Oh, Cletus Jenkins, we're here for the fail. Wrong way, wrong turn, every trail. Oh, 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 oh. Game over screen feels like a best friend. Cletus Jenkins. Press start again. Heartbeat climbing, opens the door at the worst timing. Drops the key, keeps the jump scare. Screams so loud, wakes the whole upstairs. Cletus Jenkins, press start again. Falling off cliffs like it's all pretend. Crafts the torch, then burns the base down. He's the king of going back to the spawn ground. Oh. Health at one, he eats the trap, says pro move. Chat just claps, speed run route, he takes the long way. Still we stay, still we say. Cletus Jenkins. Cletus Jenkins. Cletus Jenkins. Cletus Jenkins. Press start again. Oh. Oh. It's go live at 9 p.m. Coffee mug, same old webcam. Glare on a shiny battle dome. Chat spams L while he loads Chrome. First match, zombies in a line. He throws a grenade at his own team. Fine. Trips on a rock by the tutorial fence. How'd I die? It was the safety fence. Game over, Cletus. You did it again. Lost to the menu, not even to them. Zombies, demons, or your own weird brain. Game over, Cletus. Highlight reel of pain. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Level 2, some demon boss. He pauses mid-fight to reach out thoughts. Hold up. Boomers need new specs. All tabs out. Gets wrecked by Hex. He rage quits, then hits new game. Spends 20 minutes making his own name. Types Cletus Jenkins Pro Elite. Dies in the lobby, tripped over his feet. Game over, Cletus. You did it again. Lost to the menu, not even to them. Zombies, demons, or your own weird brain. Game over, Cletus. Highlight reel of pain. Bald head gleaming in the loading screen glow. He's yelling at lag from a router he owns. Back in my day,
that experience.
Happy Tuesday, guys. Welcome back to more Space Engineers. Make sure everything looks like it's working. Make sure my volume looks like it's working. Yep. I had my mic muted today, so I had to make sure I unmuted it. We've been there before. All right, so tonight we're going to try and finish up our drone defensive platforms, what we worked on last night. So I did work on the script some today that I want to use. So there's going to be a little bit of cut and pasting. So you guys, you have to bear with me as I try and get the initial one programmed to make sure it works. And then we're going to try and produce a group of them. So we're going to see how it goes. And so far, the only firing that drone has done has been at a meteor because we had one of the guns misconfigured. So we're going to jump into it. We're going to see what things look like tonight. Hope you guys had a good Tuesday. We're rolling into Wednesday here. It's supposed to warm up here tomorrow, but it was 1 degree today. It sucked. So yeah, I'm going to try and piecework. I've got a couple of scripts I use for other stuff. You've seen me have programmed my LCDs and stuff. So I'm got sources of scripts here and there for getting the status of, sending the status of things over the antenna to antenna communication, Space Engineers. So that's what I'm going to try and get working here. So we'll work on it a little bit. If it looks like it's going to be a major effort, then we'll stop and focus on something else. I'm not going to bore you guys the whole stream with scripting. All right, so it looks like we are alive. All the batteries are charged up. Solar panels are still functional. We still got fuel, so nothing blew up. All right. Let's check everything out here. Got to get our self-right side up. All right, there's the hammerhead we built last night at the end of the stream. We've got it docked so it would charge up. Oh, there's Mr. Chillman. And so yeah, this is we built this last night if you weren't here, armed with 2 artillery pieces, big hammer on the front of it, heavy armor plates. So this whole intention of this cheaply built ship, large grid ship, is if we get hit by a carrier or something big that shows up, this is a ramming vessel. So we're gonna sacrifice this to save all this if we have to. So that's the plan. While we work on the defensive stuff and continue working on the base, we got to get this station finished. There's just so much going on. We have so many things to do. Because honestly, I want to establish ourselves as the dominant presence over this area. There's not a lot of stuff here, but we want to make the pirates regret coming into this area. That's my plan. So, what do we need to do? So we're going to snatch up a copy of... Where's the cube? Where did I stick? Oh, they're in here. So typically when I do these computer things on the programmable block, I'll put what the role of this thing is on the screen. So like I said, I'm going to pieces part this stuff together. Tropics base looks amazing. Thank you, sir. It's not my base though. It's a lot of it's thanks to Chill Man. He's done a ton of work on it. Lex has been here helping, so it's. I'd love to say, oh, I did it all. I didn't, and I'm not going to say I did. So let's see. Initialize the LCD. We want that. So what we're going to do is we're going to cut this host script. I'm going to copy it, and you have to forgive me. I'm going to off screen. I'm going to throw it in Notepad. If I can get Notepad open. And you'll see me jumping back and forth here a little bit. I'm sorry. All right, so we got that script now. And my goal at the start of the stream is I just want to get the defensive platform and the station computer just chatting. I just want them to talk, and then we will expand what gets communicated over time. Once we get the first one working, then we'll be able to mass produce the drones because we know they work. Okay. So at this point, we're going to rename this thing. I don't leave that big. Automaton programmable block. I'm just going to call it ship computer. I know people are going to be confused by it. I'm sorry. We're just going to call it station. We'll come up with a better name later. And then we delete all of this. That's just the default they give you. So I'm going to Alt tab over. Just see what I want to cut and paste out of this. So some of this is going to get deleted. Initializing these LCDs. I'm not worried about those at the moment. And wait a minute, why did it not all? That was weird. Oh, there it is. It is all there. It wouldn't let me scroll up. That's weird. So we're going to leave that stuff, update frequency, that stuff, and we're going to remove this. That's all later on. Yep. So we need the two functions, initialize LCD and write identity. So I'm just pasting these. Cut and pasting these out of other stuff I've done. Yep, that's okay that those fields are never used. All right, so what that does, you see it updated the title of that to ship status, but that's not what we're going to use this one for. We're going to call this Station Defenses. So I typically, the way I split this stuff up is I'll have at least two ship computers. You can name them whatever the hell you want. One is monitoring the ship's functions. In this case, the second one is just going to be monitoring all of the defensive platforms. Because if we use the small ones, we might have 15 or 20 of these things out there. And what they're going to do is the ship platform over there via antenna is going to communicate to this station via antenna. This script is going to monitor the communications on that antenna, and it's going to intercept the status messages, decode them, and on this screen or a set of screens, it's going to display status of the defense drones. And I think I can do the battery status. I know I can do how much power it's got. And we can do whether or not it has a target. And I believe we can do, you can't really query for how much ammo the weapon has, but you can query it for, do you have ammo? Yes or no. So if a gun runs dry, we can get a status update that the gun is run dry and we need to go out and service it. Smith said, hello, what's your opinion on MDK, MDK2? What is MDK?
Meteor storm inbound.
What is MDK? I'm not on... Am I missing it? MDK. Oh, no idea, sir. I don't know what MDK is, but I got excited when I got into Space Engineers and when I looked at the scripting and realized that it's all C#, and I know C#. So I just do everything in either my development tools that I have or just do them in Notepad. I don't do anything like that. I haven't used it. I'll take a look at it. I didn't even know it existed. But thank you. I'll take a peek at it. So we got that done. So I got to remember now the LCDs, I think on the... Trying to remember, did I just name these? Yeah, so I just named these ship status 1, ship status 2. So it was hollow LCD. So we're going to rename that. Station status 1. And the script looks for specific names. If I remember, I think I just took the names out of it. And in my script over here, I think I actually coded it. Did I hard code the names? I did. So I have to put this piece back in. And this is how I determine which LCD I want to write information to. I don't know if I'll have 3, but I'm just putting it in here. Check the code. Get LCD by tag. Yeah. See, some of these functions I have to go and pull from other scripts. And this is why I try not to do this stuff live on stream, but I'm doing it this time because okay, now everything looks good. So now what should have happened is if it worked, how we have that blue background. Yep, see it changed to blue. It was black, it changed to blue. So that's how I know this is now communicating with the correct block. So any status now I write to that ship status 1 LCD will pop up on this status. And then this has got a timer on it. I think it's like every 1.6 or 1.8 seconds it goes through an update loop. So that's how, if you've wondered, the LCDs in the cube, how I keep the status updates and how much fuel, the battery life and all that, it's this script. And I'm plucking pieces of it out that I'm gonna reuse for this stuff. Now the other thing I need to do is I have a very simplistic communication script for the drone itself, but I'm going to try not to run back and forth too much because going through these doors is going to be a pain in the ass. Now, this is a little bit different because it's not looking for other LCDs, so there's some of this we need to take out. I don't need this function I just put in there. Check the code, it says it's okay. And as soon as I did that, see what it did? It updated the screen with the name Def Drone. So we're going to actually make this a little bit meaningful. Does that fit? Yep. And then I've got to figure out what does the where do I have that at? Where do I have that? Someplace in one of these scripts I got. I think it's this. I think it's the me grid name or script name. I know you guys are probably like, this is boring as shit. I know it is. Like I said, I'm not going to do this the whole stream. I just want to see if I can get part of it working. There we go. So all they did is say defense drone, and then it takes the unique ship name or grid name. So each one of these I build, that name is going to change. So the reason I'm putting the name on there is if you're trying to figure out which one's which and you get a status message that at the station that defense array 01 is damaged or low on battery or something, you have to come up and you're like, well, which one is it? So you don't have to click on blocks to try and find the grid name. You just have to fly up to it and look at the screen, and it's going to tell you which one you're at. So that's the start of our scripting. So what I'm going to do is we're going to jump back and forth to stuff. So instead of this being, 2 hours of the beginning of the stream, me doing scripting, now let's figure out how we're going to mass produce these things, and then we'll come back to the scripting and we'll do all that. And this isn't going to be the whole stream. We'll figure other stuff to do. I definitely got to do more work to the station, so probably gonna have to do some mining tonight. Honestly, I want to do some mining tonight because I'm bored of just doing stuff at the station, so I want to go out and do some stuff. But we have to figure out at this point,
Energy low.
once I get some energy, how we're going to set up a projector to reproduce these things. Because we made this as a small grid. Well, not that. I'm pointing at the wrong thing. Where's it at? Where'd it go? There it is. It's up there. So I think Showman says I'll help. Showman had mentioned last night he had already made his own defensive platform in a large grid version. Do I have the grid blueprinted? You're talking about the one up there? Yes. So I'm going to set up a projector and figure out how to blueprint it so that we can, because I at least want 5 more of these. And I sure as shit am not going to sit here and manually put blocks together and say, is that right? Is that where it goes? But yes, what is it? It's, how do you pull up the list of blueprints? Was it 10? Right there. It's printer time, so that's what I got to figure out. Because on this station, I keep going to the bottom of it. On this station, I set this up as this is going to be a landing bay. There's actually this whole top is going to be enclosed. So how we have that ring there, there's going to be a ring up here, and this whole station's the top's going to be enclosed. You guys are talking about welder walls and advanced printer stations. I've set up the printer one time, and used it to weld together a blueprint from the workshop. And it took me forever to figure out that if you're welding a small grid ship, the welder has to be attached and you have to, I guess, spawn, well, I don't know the right word, the image touching a small grid block. And I'm like, what the hell is this about? So I guess we're going to have to, how are we going to do this? I mean, I guess I can do it right here temporarily, but see, because it's big and it's got or it's tall rather, and it's got the solar panels, it's not like a ship that you can set up your projector and spawn your ship on the landing pad. You can't do that because it's got the whole array hanging from the bottom. So we're going to have to spawn this thing or set this thing up to project these images. Also put a glass wall directly in front of the welder. Another budget gamer, that's what I did, bud. I put a rotor down, I put a small head on it, attached the projector to the rotor, and then I had from that, the projector was on top of the small block. And then on the side of the small block, I just put several more small blocks and projected the blueprint touching them. Welder ship will only show buildable blocks. Works. Michael Kilpatrick said a welder ship will only show buildable blocks. Works best. Okay. So is a rotor the only permanent way for me to, if I want to make this permanent, I want this to be a permanent attachment to the station. So this is the spot because again, I'm gonna, these defense platforms are gonna get destroyed. We're gonna keep producing them. Is a rotor the best option to do this small grid connection to this large grid? Because I'm guessing like an area here. So Chillman, up here, and I'm going to try and do this as stream. I'm going to reproduce this lower ring up here. And then I'm probably going to do it at the top again, because this level here where at least, I don't know if we're going to do the whole thing, but like this hangar is going to be enclosed. So we have to figure out how to do that and design it with the rest of the show. So Chillman, you said I can use a hinge, but how would you? Oh, the hinge looks kind of weird though, because you delete the hinge part and you attach a small hinge part to it, and it's not even connecting. It's like floating. I saw somebody do that in a video. That was kind of funky. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and put a rotor here. I don't want it with color. Change the colors. I don't think the rotation matters, but I'm still going to do it that way. I get lost. I guess I better turn these signals on, huh? I had them turned off so I couldn't see crap. Alright, so now we got to go over here. Quit flying. We're going to turn this into rotor 3. For right now, we need to come up with a better name than projector. But that's what we're going to do. Another budget gamer said lock the rotor. Never thought about that, sir. And if I were a smart man, I would simply put a keypad here next to this, and Never claimed to be a smart man. Why can't I? Need still wait, really? Did that stuff get put in production? It says it's put into production. Oh, is it doing it at the industrial production? Or, no, what? No. Why is it not work? Okay, let's go over here and put it in over here. Okay, there we go. It got produced over there. And did I end up? No, I need steel plates. Need a bunch of steel plates. So, chill, man, we got to figure out how to get into some trouble too, buddy. We need to go explore. We need to do something else because I don't want to have every stream just be us working on the station, even though I know it needs to get done. What we need to do is try and go out and scout and find another pirate base. Where the hell am I going? Cletus, what are you doing, buddy? I'm upside down, man. It's very confusing. That frame is ought to hold the welders. That's the door for this landing bay. If you have a design where we can weld from it, then let's do that. Does that make more sense? Should I put the rotor up there? Does that make more sense to construct stuff? I guess it would work, wouldn't it? As long as it doesn't interfere with us landing ships in here. We can do that.
Energy low.
Honestly, I didn't even think about that. Let me go get energy. So we want either the welder or the projector to be mobile. Is this to move it out of the way, or is this... What's the function of it being mobile? To move the blueprint slowly along the welder. Oh shit, okay. Now it sounds like this is going to get complexicated. Well, so would we just have a single welder? So like, how would we do the welder? Well, the welder should, because the welder has to, in order to have parts, has to be piped into the. It's got to be piped in, right? Okay. All right, so let's do this. Cletus has an idea. Cletus has a good idea. Cletus has a really good idea. You guys can make fun of Cletus's idea later. But right now, Cletus has a good idea. We need 3 welders. We can't get by with 1 welder. Ah, shit, wrong thing. Wrong thing, Cletus. Okay, I'm fixing it. I gotta eat food first. Cletus is getting lost. Nope, 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 nope. So So Joe, man, buddy, I'm putting together what I think is going to work. So here's what I'm thinking. So when not in use, welder retracts into the station, but because it's too long, we can angle the hinge down if we need to, or we can just let the welder stick out like this. Now the question is, once it's out, because the back of the piston can tie in right here to the conveyor system to get all the pieces parts. Okay, well, why'd that get stuck? That's weird. So when it retracted, but then it got stuck? Did you see that? So do you think when we stow it, it's got to be angled? Because I definitely didn't attach it to the station. I'm going to try and extend it. But it was sort of stuck. Yeah, see, it's not moving now. Wait, there it goes. I don't know what the hell that was. Okay, so we could still attach welders to the side, at least. However, we have to expand it, okay? We can expand it to multiple welders if we need to somehow. Maybe that support goes away. I don't know. The question is, where do we put the projector now? So where do we project? How do we mount that for a small grid ship? Because I'm not saying the rotor has to stay right here. That's just what I initially was going to do. But where would we mount where it's out of the way? Could we mount it up here and project that far down?
Energy low.
Yeah, I remember you can set the spot where it projects the image. It's just going to be kind of weird because, well, I guess not. So let's... So I guess I'm confused as to, so the welder has to move. The welder has to be able to move to weld the ship together. Or you just, well, I only welded it by hand, but if you're automating this, you have to move the welder through the blueprint. So how do you do that? So I don't know, is this even going to be practical then? Is this going to work? Yeah, so I remember doing this. I remember doing the whole blueprint and where it projected. I'm trying to remember how did you multiple grids are not support. What? It doesn't have multiple grids. What are you talking about? Oh, it's got the... No, hold on. I gotta go. It's got the background image of the large grid. Hold on. Let me redo the blueprint. They normally recommend that you blueprint it from the front, right? But it's facing the station, so... Is it Alt B? Shit, I don't remember. Which one is it? There it goes. And we replace it with that one here. See if that works. Oh, is that what it is? It's because it's got the rotors and hinges? I thought it was because it had the other one in the background. Well, we updated it. All right, let's try it again. Okay, so there's a blueprint there now. Huh, okay. So if you have rotors or hinges in your design, you're basically screwed. Joshua, how are you? Lav game. Subgrids can't be welded in one blueprint. Okay. All right, so you basically have to remember what that is and then go add those in later. Well, there's a rotor right there. Well, the rotor is there. I'm sorry. The subgrid after the rotor, the head with the solar panels didn't come in the blueprint. And I guess from what people were saying earlier, rotors and hinges will cause subgrids, so it ignores the subgrids. So the rotor's there, but the solar panels and the camera are not. Okay, so ooh, that's going to be 10, not negative 10. Welder's upside down, that's why. Well, I don't know about the camera. I guess it's not the welder, it's the camera. Okay, a little bit too low. So what is that to rotate it?
Meteor storm inbound.
Which I guess doesn't matter if it's rotated. It's not going to matter. Align it to the second merge block. It's not going to fit there, bud. It's going to hit this. It's got to be way out here. Awesome. There are scripts in the world. Yes, sir. I understand there's stuff out there. I'm trying to learn how to do it all. If I just go and grab other people's scripts, I'm not going to learn how to do any of this. So is that what you're trying to do? You're trying to weld as it moves forward? Oh, we got a pirate drone inbound. Mr. Chillman, he's outbound right now. But he's 12 away. Keep your eye on him. Oh, Chillman's doing it. Okay. Prepare the hammer. Static merge block that locks in an idle position when the rotor is not used, attaches it to use the rotor, whatever, and everything in one is 1 BP. So it just has to touch on a block like that. Okay, so that's all, once you start it, that's all weldable. Well, where the welder can touch. actually. We can still gotta pipe all this crap in, don't we? Water ain't gonna have no parts.
Energy low.
Come on. Oh, that's supposed to be an elbow.
Energy critical.
All right, get this finished. Yep. Come on, man. Oh my God.
Inventory full.
I swear to God, I'm rushing and I need to stop rushing around. I already hit the floor. I don't know where it went. Here, chill, man, welding. All right, sir, that ought to be hooked up now. So is he still hanging back there? Yeah, he's still far enough away. So what's the distance on the welder? Does the front of the welder have to actually touch the block, or is it a radius around the welder? Josh, there's a 1.5 black radius. Thank you, sir. So a block and a half. So then you'd almost be, so I guess people put them, what, on pistons and then drag the welder across the blueprint, and that's how you do it? What are you thinking, Chill Man? Usually they strive to circle the narrowest part of the design so the welder does not get hung up on outcropping or pipes. Welder tip should end up in the same plane as the rotor or projector. So would it make sense then, instead of trying to force it, would it make sense to put the rotor there, attach the projector there, and then just redo the pistons so that however we have to build it, it slides the welding head across the blueprint? Would that make more sense? Because you could almost project the image from here below the hangar door, put the welders mounted above it, and just have them sort of fold down into the image. And then we can fold them up and out of the way when we're not doing anything so they don't block the hangar door. Would that work better? It almost seems like that would give us more room to work with. Projection from above with a second transition from large grid to small grid for the attachment point. Man, I don't know. All I'm trying to do is get this small grid reproduced. Spinning the blueprint is the best option. However, you can move the... So if the projector is projecting the image and you're welding it and the projector is spinning, what you've welded spins. So it will follow the movement of the projector. Oh, I guess because it's attached to that small grid block. Holy crap. See, I didn't think it was this complicated. Maybe I'm just going to go build them by hand. Looks like Joe Man's got an idea.
Energy low.
Not gonna work. Let's change to a mining carriage now. I think the other drone's gone. Trying to weld these up completely. Can help instead of watching. Oh, you already got it? You could use a wild shield to ensure a clean weld and reduce missing or missed parts. What's a wild shield? Oh, a weld shield. It almost seems like it needs a different approach for what I'm trying to do. Oh, I see what you're saying. The welder will not weld an occupied space, so what's that do? It prevents it from welding outside blocks before it welds interior blocks. Because I did have that issue when the one time I played with a welder, and it was a small blueprint, and I just used a piston to move the welder along the path, but it ended up welding outside blocks before it did the inside. Oh, no worries. Sorry. Yeah, there's a short delay in there. All right, give it a whirl, sir. See if it works. That it's too fast. So those blocks are too low for it to work. Oh, you have turned off. Rotate the hinge upwards and you would be fine. It clings with the rotor, you said? So you're stopping the piston. So, yeah, I see what you're saying.
Energy low.
Running into is a water can only start a new block after the one next to it's finished. An attachment point has to exist. Slower is the solution. So it's unable to get the stuff up here because of the cling issue. Because it's got some blocks at the bottom it didn't get, and the stuff at the top. Give the piston too much range in the first step. So can you not just pull it back and get those blocks? Or is that not the way it works? This turret's got to get finished. Weld the rest by hand and perfect it with the next one.
Meteor storm inbound.
We can turn it on to show us which blocks are missing, right? It just seems like there's... Why does he keep saying this one's... There it goes. Batteries are missed. So if the what happens if the stuff's not in inventory? You know, if you don't have it crafted, it skips that part and you just end up having to go into hack your way in. Huh. Okay. See, like this kind of stuff I don't understand. This happened to me before. Like, it's there, it tells you it needs to be welded, but you can't actually weld it. So what are you supposed to do there? Is it saying that's missing? Do I need to manually build it there? Maybe that's what it's telling me, that one needs to go there, but I need to manually build it. I guess that makes sense. I don't remember which one that is, to be honest. That's autocannon turret, I believe. Same as that, because they were on opposite sides. I don't remember. Okay, so it won't let me place it there, so what's... Oh, I see what you're saying. It's too close to the... I see what you're... Okay, thank you. Yep, I didn't even look up to see that. This is all new to me, the whole blueprinting and building this thing. I've seen people build massive ones where they were, you know, entire large grid, huge ships they were building. So I'm just watching him do this, trying to pick up what he's doing. And then I understand, I'm reading your folks' comments. I understand what you're saying to do. And then what I'll do is I'll take what I learned here and I'll go off and build a different type and see if it works. So I learned by doing. Mr. Chillman will have to extend it, bud, because I can't get this other gun welded because it's too close here. Relevant Games, thanks, bud. Thanks for stopping by. You have a good one. This is one of these defensive drones. So it's one of these. We're going to end up needing at least 5 more of them. So I said, okay, well, I'm not going to do this by hand. Oh, you know what? We can't extend this. We can't do this. It's too close. That's why it won't work. Yeah, this is going to have to be further away from the next one we do. We're going to have to extend that arm out further. It's going to have to be further from the rotor. Because it won't let you put that one in there.
Energy low.
Energy low again. Yeah, I'm thinking that was going to have to be added after we cut it loose. Are we missing anything else in here? Yep, we just got to get that one turret, so the next one we build, that arm will have to come out several blocks to get it away from the rotor. Stationary turrets are important when welding a small grid. Okay. Right, sir, so before we cut it loose, what do we need to, we probably facing the front, so we're missing the hinge. So a couple of things we got to add to it. God, come on. I think it's 5. It's the only thing that bothers me is it's, is it 5? Yeah, it's 5. Having to add this on separately, but I guess it's a small amount of work comparatively. Nothing to bitch about, but ugh. Where's the other one? Yeah, it was the sloped ones. All right. All right. Now says you can add it to your BP. So how would you do that? How would you? It says you can add it to your BP. You talking about the solar array? It's already in the blueprint, but it didn't project it. And I think somebody said it was because it was a subgrid and it said it wouldn't work with subgrids because of the rotor it's on. Oh, it takes a few steps to do it. Okay, so there's the finished. He's already over here redesigning it. So this needs 9 minutes to fully charge. And then we'll give it coordinates. We'll have to load it up with ammo and send it on its way after we get the turret installed. Easy, draw a line of blocks from the array to the base somewhere out of the way of the turrets. When he's done, grind the blocks. I'm going to turn all these AI... Whoop, wrong ones. I'm going to turn these AI blocks off for the moment because they're all sucking juice out of these batteries. So, Joshua, are you saying that you still have to add those pieces manually after you blueprint it and project it? I guess I'm trying to figure out what you're saying.
Energy low.
Line of blocks from the array to the base, somewhere out of the way of the turrets. Oh, I see what you're saying. You're saying essentially bypass the rotor as a subgrid. You're saying attach the blocks before you blueprint it, so so all of this looks like part of this, and then once it's blueprinted and everything's welded, then just grind off that connector. The rotor's still there, but it's not acting as subgrid because, like, for example, these blocks would have a direct connection to these blocks. That way the whole blueprint gets printed. Okay, thank you. I understand now. And then when you're done, when you get it all together, you just grind that connector off. I got it. Oh, excuse me. All right, so what I got to figure out is what is the... What was that? What did he build in there? Just notice that. He built like a phone booth in there. What the hell is that? Oh, did he put a way? Oh, he put stairs up there. Oh. Four minutes. Now we'll cut it loose. Give it a temporary, we'll just have it move like right here, temporarily. We'll put ammunition in it. Find it a home coordinate. Or we might just park it right here for the moment. We won't send them out yet. Let's get them all working first, so we're not flying around. Because this is working pretty good. All right, we're going to send it here temporarily. Temp position. It should be out of the way. Okay, so he's got... Oh. It actually saves the configuration in the blueprint? Wow. I didn't know that. Okay, it actually stored the waypoint that was in there in the blueprint. One thing that may serve you some trouble, figure out what it needs to build and set the sorter box, pull parts before building. How the hell do you tell a sorter to pull the parts it needs? So are you saying there's ammo in these guns? It doesn't look like it. Okay. Okay, yeah, there is some ammo in the containers, but I didn't see them. But we'll see when we cut it loose. We'll check it. All right, Mr. Chillman, are you ready to cut this thing loose, bud? It's pretty much charged. Turn off one of the merge blocks. Not a Murph block? You sure? All right, merge block is off. So I guess I'm going to turn on the AI blocks and let it go to that coordinate, but this is the position I told it to go to right here. So if this thing goes bad and anybody yells at me because it crashes and burns, right, here's where we told it to go. See right there. So I don't know what it's going to do when it comes off here. When I turn it on, I don't know if it's going to fold. I don't know what the hell it's going to do. Whatever happens, it's Joe Man's fault. Okay, the combat block is on. The tasks block is on. Now when I turn the AI block on, as soon as I click this, it should take off. All right. So there's a couple of things we need to do maintenance-wise. Okay, turned it to aim at the sun. So that's working. Drone go boom? Nope, drone is okay. The only thing that I don't like is there a way,
Energy low.
and I know it doesn't matter. There is no up, there is no down. You know, you're in space, you're in three-dimensional space.
Meteor storm inbound.
But is there a way to sort of set them to align? Like see the orientation of the station? Is there any way to tell this grid to orient itself to that same, what's up on the station is up on this grid? Or is that not a thing? Okay, we need to add an autocannon turret. Not a thing, okay. All right, so is there ammo in this? Did anything get printed? No, there's no ammo. Would have been great, but no. All right, so we need to need a script. You can override the gyros and set them back to normal. Yeah, I was just curious, is there a way to say, hey, here's the orientation of the station, match this orientation. That's the small cargo. No idea how many of these rounds it can freaking hold, but not a lot, that's for sure. Okay, so it's armed. Staying charged. Assault cannon. It was the auto cannons, right? One was on the other one. One was accidentally set to, yeah, target meteors. See, it's the same thing. So I guess I took the blueprint. So I thought we turned this one off for targeting meteors. Did we miss one again? No? All right. And then we can take this merge block off, right? All right, well, that's a hell of a lesson on blueprinting for sure. Did I set the rotor and hinge to share tension? I did not. I mean, they turn slowly. It's not jerking because we set the multiplier and the custom turret controller to 1, so it turns the hinge and the rotor slow. All right. Yeah, I make the comparison of what I was talking about earlier with the orientation. I make a lot of comparisons between Space Engineers and Empyrean because I played Empyrean a lot. With Empyrean, if you hold the O key, it will, your ship or your pilot in the suit will orient. There's one basic orientation. It's across the universe, so you can orient everything to it if you want. So I just out of habit would orient everything so it was in the same direction. So I was wondering, is there a way to say, okay, this is the orientation we have of this ship, match that orientation for these, so they all basically are in the same, up is up for all of them, for lack of a better way to say it. Downside of Empyrean is that light is offset from the sun, so you can point right at the sun and get less than full power on a few. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass where you had to turn the panels. I think it was east-west was the best orientation. So you'd build your base on a planet, you'd put your panels in place facing what they told you was the best way to do it, and you'd look and you weren't getting full power from your panels in broad daylight, and you're like, what? I got tired of fighting it, and I would just, if I thought I needed 6 panels, I'd build 8. All right, well, I just accidentally fell in there. We made a shadow ship so that we could align ourselves before placing the BP. We need nickel. Did you happen to find... I don't think I have any... Let me see if I have any nickel asteroids marked over here. Ooh, all mine are far away, Showman. Well, 38.1 is, or 38.2 if you round, is the closest I got. Do we have a nearby? Ice plus nickel? It's 31. Are we going to try and send the cube over there? Do you know, is it a surface deposit? Oh, you got another one? Oh, that one's right there.
Energy low.
Do you know if it was on the surface, Joe Man? I mean, I can go look. It's that freaking close. I'll go look. Because I don't want to take the cube all the way over there to find out. I can't reach it. Yeah, I'll check it. I'm going over there now. We need nickel. I never thought that would be said. I've tossed away so much nickel in this game. I see the ice. Let's turn some of these signals off that are just in the way. Okay, see the nickel. It looks like somebody mined some of it. I didn't save it. What do I do? Okay. All right, sir. I'm going to bring the cube over here and we're going to see what we can do. It is a surface deposit, so I should be able to reach in there. Where did my... Oh, you know what? I bet, I think that's what got destroyed in one of the attacks, right? There's nothing below me, right? I hope not. Have you airlocked your box yet? There's an airlock in it, yes. I just, honestly, I haven't closed the doors on it. All right, let's clear up these signals because I'm getting lost already in what I'm trying to do here. Trying to turn slow so I don't smack into anything. Do we need a mining ship for this? Yes, we do need a mining ship. I need to actually do a large grid projector and get the beast back, which was a ship I lost. But it was a large grid miner, and it did really, really well. I don't get this thing moving fast because it takes a bit to stop. Yeah, this thing is an unwieldy beast, man. We put a massive drill head. If you're not familiar with it, we put a massive drill head on the front of it. It's a retractable drill head. So that as we were moving around with this, what we intended to do with this ended up not happening. This was supposed to be a base, a mobile base, but then we ended up building the space station, which made this quasi obsolete already, and it's not even done. We never even got to the point of putting weaponry on this. Hey, thanks for the sub. I appreciate it. Now, when people sub, I don't know if they're subbing from watching the stream, because I am posting shorts that are playing around the same time from 7 Days and from Space Engineers. So I don't know if the shorts have been getting a couple of subs, so I don't know if these folks subbing are on the stream, or if, I don't know if Streamlabs, which is sending out those notifications, I don't know if it's smart enough to differentiate between people watching the stream and just anyone subbing. But all of the above, yeah, I don't know. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Okay, we're going to turn on the brakes. We might pass it up a little bit here. We're braking hard. Throwing out the anchor. Okay, now it comes. I love how the freaking solar panels adjust automatically. They're like, "Oh, you're gonna turn? All right. Well, we're gonna have to adjust here." All right, this one's going to be in a little bit of acrobatics here. I think we're gonna go right into the deposit. Sorry if you still want, you can always do that later down the line if you wanted to do so later. I think it makes a great mining. You think this thing makes a great mining hub? Yeah, we're probably going to put a mining ship on it. But the whole point, if you haven't seen it, you're going to see it here in a second. The whole point of this massive drill head is we were going to be skipping through the universe on this thing, find home and find resources. So we wanted to be able to just surface mine asteroids where needed. Okay, so I think we need to point up a little bit. I think we're off the mark a tad. All right, so what we got to do now is need to turn on our mining lights so we can see what the hell we're doing. We got our ore detector on. How far are we? I don't know if we're going to have to back up. We might actually hit this, but we're going to go ahead and extend the mining head. Yeah, oh, there's a massive drill. Here it comes right now. All right. So now we're going to start the drills. We're going to start the drill head rotating. Is it rotating? Nope. It's this one starts it rotating. Sorry. Normally it takes 2 people to do this because we have a spotter up front. Because you do not want this thing to collide with the asteroid. And yes, we can put a camera up front. Everybody has the same suggestion. Put a camera on it. The clearances are pretty rough, but we can get far enough in there doesn't look like a lot, but wait till you see what we end up getting out of it. We got just a little bit more room before we end up hitting the asteroid. Sure you have enough storage? Well, let's see. We might not. Oh, yeah. So far, we got 124,000 nickel, and it's incrementing. So much it's actually storing it in the cryo chamber. Oh, and the refinery on board is already working on refining it. So basically when the drills are pulling less than 300, I advance it a little bit further. So I see the drills pulling 1,000. And I think I've probably hit the impacting the drill heads. Tommy Reed, how are you, bud? It's only nickel run we need ever. Oh shit, I have to stop and get ready to die. So let me jump out of the control seat real quick. Ran out of O2. I mean, 250,000 nickel. Do I need to bring home more than that? All right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to stop the drill head rotating. I'm going to shut down the drills. We're going to reverse the head out to make sure it's stopped in the right spot. Looks like it is, because it has to be in the proper orientation.
Meteor storm inbound.
So we retract the drill head back into the hole. Kill our ore detector, kill our mining lights. So this was when we started this series, we were copying the Borg concept. And this was supposed to be a cube. The whole top of it's not done. We sort of got sidetracked from that. What we'd intended to do was build our version of a Borg cube, arm the hell out of it, and use that to fight the pirates. Yep, most powerful minimalist. Yep. All right, so we're turning now. And everybody asks me, oh, you need more gyros, you need more. No, I'm turning slow on purpose. Because if I whack this thing on a asteroid or something, it's not like you're going to repair it. It's so freaking massive. So I'm being overly cautious with it. Slap a bunch of grinders on it, more thrusters. Oh, to assimilate the technology. There you go. Yeah, blow up wreckages and then assimilate it. I still got to figure out, he's got to show me how it works, but we also, these solar panels you see on the side, they actually, you can close them and they slide under the hull. So we can retract and hide these solar panels. They're only supposed to be out when we park it. I should have slid them in for what I'm doing. But when it's being parked for a long term, you extend them out so it can charge up the batteries. Joe Man got it working, and we just, honestly, we never... It's number 3 and number 4. I don't know how they work, though. 4 is sliding it in, but I don't know if you do it. I don't know if you do it in the wrong order. Does it rip the solar panels off? I don't know. So, Chillman, when I hit 3 to retract, is it all done through the event block? Do I not need to do anything? So if I hit 3 right now, will it fold them in the proper orientation to retract? So all I got to do is hit 3, and they'll slide in. Watch, I'm getting ready to. So we're gonna hit it. Oh, that's a beautiful thing, Joe, man. Look at that shit. So it's ready for combat now. That's why I should have done it when I took off. Thank you, sir. Good job, good job, good job. Awesome work, Mr. Chillman. But you can see all the unupgraded frames on the back. The corners are supposed to be weapons. So we left all 4 corners empty. We have to run conveyors out there. And then in the back, and I think in the front somewhere, we need more thrusters. Because it needs to brake better. Right now it just got 4 small in each direction. Like the whole bottom needs to be upgraded. You can have stationary panels and cue the custom turret controller to the gyros. Just be sure you park far enough away. Yeah. Yeah, I think what we ended up doing, I think worked out really well, to be honest. Because the panels are slid on the bottom, but the bottom is going to be coated in black, so they're going to slide inside. I just honestly need to find the time and craft up 10,000 panels, steel panels, and just weld the crap out of it. Or see if I can bribe Chillman with a packet of kelp crisps to use his welding ship to weld up the whole bottom. But yeah, the 4 corners are supposed to have 2 weapons in each corner. And the bottom, of course, needs to be finished. And then you can see where the top thrusters are, how they're sort of elevated. The cube is supposed to, it's going to be a cube. We just haven't built the top of it. Chillman says keep the crisps. At this alone, this cube was a massive build project. We started it down on the surface of the moon. And right in the captain's seat. Point of all games is to consume time enjoyably. All right, so we're purposefully offset from where we need to go, because I can't really see where we need to park. And you got to keep in mind that these defense platforms are going to be in the way. Okay, we're going to brake because I see one of them coming up. Can you imagine spending the whole stream and part of last night's stream building those defensive arrays and then coming back with a load of nickel, accidentally slamming into them? I don't know if I would cry, laugh, scream. I'm not exactly sure what my emotional state would be at that point. You're waiting for it? All right, so Showman, I can't tell where my shit is. This honestly needs to dock on the bottom, but I can't tell. I know the bottom port. Am I at the bottom or am I at the top? I'm at the bottom. Should place beacons at very short range. You put a beacon on the drone, you mean? I'm just trying to remember where the damn connector's at. Am I on the right side for it? All this to go and get Showman some nickel. All right, sir, we're inverting. Don't know how much is required. That's as close as I can get, so. Ready to connect. We are locked in place. Engines off. All right, sir. Good deal. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All that traveling, we only used 5.2% of our batteries. That's the other thing we still got to do to this. There's 12 batteries here. There's 6 more over here that are supposed to come out. That's where our jump drives are supposed to go. We never even put damn jump drives on this. Mark, how are you, buddy? Joe, man, the panels are still retracted on this. Do you think the base has enough? I think the base panels are probably enough to keep everything charged, right? Just leave the panels retracted on this, on the cube. All right, we're going to change this name. Why you no let me do? Oh, you know what, Mr. Chillman? I think you own this, buddy. I can't change the name of it. I think you own it because you printed it. It won't let me change the name on it. Just watch the zombie dog short. Thank you, sir. I wasn't, you know, adding the music to it. I'm not a big fan on overproducing shorts. I like to just take the interesting snippets out of stuff and put them out there as shorts. I'm not. So Satchel wanted me to put that one to music, so I did it, and I hope it turned out all right. Thank you, Mr. Chill Man. It still won't let me change the name. What is up with that? Oh, you have to accept it. Yeah, okay. And I still can't change the name. What in the hell? Oh my god, will you quit? Well, I better get some O2 before I die. Joe Man, Vulture. He looks like he's heading the opposite direction, but we got company again. Same guy from last night. Oh, did you only transfer one block to me? Joe man, I think you only transferred one block to me, not the grid. I don't care if you own it as long as I can change the name on it and change the scripts. Yeah, it said you gave me one block. I appreciate it. And what's funny in this game is you can actually take any base, any ship, and transfer ownership to the pirate faction, and immediately the guns would turn on you because they now own it, and they would start shooting you. This time it's 18 blocks. So this ship is more than 18 blocks. So I don't understand. Wow. I guess is that all you need to do it? Oh shit, what'd I do? I accidentally took my helmet off. How would we know this? Yes, because there's actually a document out there on people who, I guess when you start a single player game and you forget to, I guess forget to activate the encounter system, and people want to fight pirates, so they give you instructions on, okay, well, you can go build a base or build a ship. And then immediately change the ownership, but they say in the documentation, run like hell. Because the second you transfer ownership to them, they take it over. So, yeah, I'm not going to test that theory. Joe man, did I bring you back enough nickel, bud? I can go get more. Joe man's busy. He's like, man, leave me alone. That's gonna last for ages. Well, you're changing all this into heavy armor? I was gonna start welding, but then I'm like, oh, he's got a plan. The man has a plan. Don't interfere with it. Hmm. All right. Yeah, I'm sorry. I was laughing at shit people were posting. Oh, all right. So I'll tell you what. Let's work on our script a little bit more. Chillman's got something he's working on. So let's tinker a little bit with our script. So what we wanted to do, you know, we need to do something else here first. I think did I lose them? Yeah, I did. Where is the cube? I am once again lost and cannot find the cube. God, we're gonna have to put like a big neon blinking sign with an arrow pointing to the cube on top of this base. Because admittedly, Cletus is an idiot. Lab O2, I don't know where those are at, but I'm going to snatch 2 of those bottles. I'd been running around with 2 bottles on me. I got killed and lost my bottles. All right. And we accidentally turned off all of our signals. So let me jump back over to it's a section of the script I need. Part of this is admittedly is not my script. I took pieces of sample scripts that people had. So I am not trying to take credit for somebody else's stuff. But I did modify it for my own needs. I just don't want anybody watching going, oh, that's my shit, that's my script. I'm not claiming it as mine. See, this stuff is... This is where I start to... Some of this stuff may not work because there are people saying it doesn't work. Other people are saying yes, it does. Yeah, I know it is, but have you ever seen a public script used? This, full disclosure, like years ago, I used to be on Second Life, and we did a lot of scripting there. It too is C# for their LSL scripting. A lot of it's very close to C#. And there would be so many sample scripts out there. Same thing. People posting it, saying, "Yeah, this is how you do it." And you use somebody's sample script, and holy shit, would they go? They would go apeshit over you using something that they created.
Energy low.
So anyway, I just said that because I do not want anybody having a shit fit over me using this pieces parts of the script. It's an IGC script, basically used for communication between grids. I've never done it before. I've never seen it done this way, so I'm just cutting and pasting a portion of it to see if it works for us. I gotta be careful because Joe Man's gonna be mad I'm eating all the kelp crisps. He actually told me earlier it's one of his favorite foods. I'm eating them all. I mean, I only know how to do this, like I said at the beginning of the stream, when I realized that it was all C#. I was like, hell yes, because I've Unity. I've done 3D game development in Unity. It's all C#. So if you've crafted anything in Unity, ram.alert sent. Tick. Yeah. This is going to generate an error because we're missing a function here. So put this in first and then we'll figure that out. Send message and send status does not exist. So we're going to add those and then we'll customize this for our own needs. It says it's okay. Turn Excel into a search engine. Yeah. Okay, supposedly this thing is now sending a signal. I don't know if that's accurate.
Meteor storm inbound.
So now we're going to go back to our station defenses script. LCD name Defense LCD. What did I call it? I called it, I didn't call it Defense LCD. Station status 1. So I gotta do it if it contains it. I can't concentrate with all that grinding noise in the background. Yeah, see, some of this from this script is getting a little bit convoluted. Because what I'm trying to do with this is have each of the defense arrays send its battery status, whether or not it's damaged. And last seen is just the last time I got a message. Because if it reaches a certain amount of time and the platform hasn't checked in, we assume it was damaged or destroyed. So I have to figure out how I'm going to do their yeah, last scene. So yeah, we know this. So this is in the main section. Since they, yeah, I'm gonna change the name of something here. Display defense status is what I want to call that. We're almost done with this part. So we did LCD 1, right? Yep, so we want to make this LCD 1. Line 98. Where do we got? All right. Right there. There we go. Okay. Oh, we got some status up here. Well, look at that. Defense Array 1, its battery's at 99%. Okay means that the critical systems are not damaged. And what did it consider the critical systems? Dang it. That script considered, what do I have it doing here? Okay, so I think that actually comes from the other script. So we know what that looks like, and we're going to change the way the output looks. So I'm taking somebody, they used, this was different. They did this for communicating between two areas of a base. I'm doing it differently. I'm taking parts of their script and transforming it into something much larger. So we need to take script from this block. We need to take it to here. Okay, so that's the updated script. So now this one should be broadcasting its status as well. So if we go look at that monitor, why are you not showing both? Is there a delay? Oh, there are two out there now. There's a delay. All right, so yeah, so that works. I don't know what status clear means in their part of the script. I think it... I don't know why one says status clear. I don't know what that means. Why they even have that in that part of the script, but I got to figure that out. Oh, it's an alert status. So if any of the guns have a target, it will change that status. Okay. So we just got to update the script a little bit for our needs. So right now it shows the battery. Okay, I think is where it says okay, I think that's a damage status. So we're going to change that to be a little bit clearer. And I want to change the formatting of this because I want to be able to fit like 8 or 10 of these on one monitor. So that's what it's going to do, just to give you guys an idea. So what I would like to do is that status clear. It basically is if any of these platforms. Wait a minute, what's the loop on this? I think the time, I think it should be 10, but I have it at 100. Yeah, that needs to be 10. It's how often it runs that loop. It's waiting for an update. There it goes. But that status, as soon as it goes into alert status, we're going to have a sound block that sets off an alarm. We'll probably have some flashing lights. If we have doors on the hangers, it'll start closing the doors. So basically, we'll put to whatever extent we can, it will put the base in lockdown. And then these buttons we're going to use. So what I thought about doing, I don't know if it's possible. I don't know how heavy the scripting is going to be, but what would be glorious would be to have each of these defensive platforms include in its status update its current position. And if you have 8 or 10 of these things around the station, so we got some on the other side, and this one sends out an alert that it's got a target and it starts firing, to have the other defensive platforms start heading in the direction of the platform that's fighting. So basically the defenses would all shift in that direction, so that with a little bit of luck, you're going to, instead of one defensive platform firing at a target, suddenly his neighbor platform moves into range, and now you've got twice the number of guns fighting. And then when the threat's over and the system registers that everything's clear, then all the platforms move back to their default location. So doing something like that would be pretty cool. Cobalt is missing. Do we have cobalt nearby? Do you know? I have nothing over here, sir. I can certainly start going exploring if we need to. I just think it would be really cool to see what would happen. Like if you put a ring of these things together. I took the coordinates of this base. One sec, let me see his GPS coordinates here. Oh, that's got ice and cobalt. Let's go to it and see what we're going to be working with. I took the coordinates of the base And I just pitched him to Chat GTP or PT or whatever the hell it is, and explained what I wanted to do. And I said, I want to make a ring of these defensive platforms, 800 meters apart. But I'm going to have to reduce it to 600 now that I realize that the small guns are 600. And it actually gave me the coordinates of a ring and how many platforms I would need. So can you imagine having like a ring of 30 or 40 of these things around? You just claim the space around you.
Energy low.
All right, we got to go back. We're not going to make the trip. We need energy. I didn't pay attention to it. My fault. Don't turn it off. Go. Defense AI can lock on, but it can't shoot. So even though it locks on, the guns are limited to 600 meter. Or well, the guns are limited, the AI to 600. But yes, I see what you're saying. The guns can lock on at 12 with the defense AI. But I'm looking at the range of the guns. I was going to make 6 up front. So the four points, I get it. There's no compass here. It's space. But just to simplify it, the 4 points of the compass, then 1 up and 1 down. So that was the plan. If they're locked on, they'll still shoot, but the weapons can't hit that far. Or you're saying they'll still be able to hit that far? Well, either way, the point being is that I was planning on putting a ring of these things around the space. Because what would be really fun would be to just control that area of space. And all right, sorry, going now, Joe, man. I had to stop and power up. I don't know if it's the surface. Is it on the surface? Do you know? Yeah, thanks for the sub. Tiny miner. I'm not going to use a tiny miner. What? Their little ship is here? Oh, okay, it's the one that Lex built. Okay, I'll take it over there. No problemo. Is there going to be enough room? Because the nickel's being processed, right? Is there... Oh, yeah, we got plenty of room. Okay. All right. Engines on. Disconnected. The only thing I do not like about this is it You cannot tell what you're about to ram into because it's so big. Sorry, I know I interrupted my thought to do this. Yeah, so I have a Space Engineers video out there. These subs that you see popping up, these aren't actually people watching the stream. I think these are people subbing through that short that they're watching. Anyway, I don't know what we were saying, but yeah, the target range. I've had other people tell me that the defense block extends the range. I just didn't realize that it allowed the guns to fire and hit further. And I see what you're saying. The damage is reduced because it's outside of their range. I didn't realize they would even fire. I thought that they wouldn't fire unless it was within their normal range. And it's unfortunate that this stuff isn't explained better by Keen, because they don't even tell you when you read the description of the defense block. It says, you know, allows turrets to lock on at, what is it, 2.5 or whatever, okay? So they just lead you to believe, okay, well, it can lock the target sooner. It says nothing about firing, says nothing about any of that. So when you read it, you're like, okay, well, that's nice, but if the gun only has 800 range or 1200 meters range, who cares that I can lock it out to 2.5? It's irrelevant. But I guess if what you're saying is true, the guns will still fire and attempt to hit them. But yeah, we're going to tweak up that script a little bit so the output's more meaningful. We're going to eat a kelp crisp. Flags, yes, sir. I want to get to the pirating so bad. I mean, I'm itching for it, but if I jump the gun and I just build a ship and say, that's it, we're going to go attack them, I'm just going to lose everything. So I really want to get that station finished or close to finished, and Joe Man's helping me do that. And I want to get this defense system around the station so that we have somewhat of a security blanket. Then we can go out and starting trouble. Because I think I have this server configured to randomly create 50 NPC factions. I want to make them all mad. I want anybody to like us. Time to build the Gatling. Oh, God, yeah. Fighter to CV. I honestly don't care what kind of combat it is. I just like the asteroid base that they had that I took out with a kamikaze run. I think that beacon is why we kept getting the red signatures popping up around us, because we were so close to that beacon. Once I took that beacon out, at least this is my guesstimation, when I took that beacon out, our area got a lot more quiet. So as soon as they pop in another beacon near us, it'll probably get a little bit heated again. No, I get you. I get you, Joshua. And that's what we were planning on doing. We weren't, like, the cube wasn't built to go into combat. The cube, you see the areas around the edge that basically there's nothing. Those were supposed to be, the cube was supposed to be a little bit wider. Those are docks, and we were supposed to, one side would have like a mining ship, we were going to have a welding ship, and then there's going to be 3 or 4 fighters on it. So we would take this into an area of space and launch attacks from this. But then I quickly realized how much work there was for one person. So Lex came in and helped a little bit. Chillman came in and has helped quite a bit. I just think it would be really fun to... There's like several other mods out there that Satchel found, like the Battlestar Galactica mod. Guided missiles. I wanted to create a missile. I want to do that. I want to find bases on asteroids and actually launch guided missiles, basically ICBMs from our base, and smash into theirs. I want to do all this stuff. You just have to be cognizant that there's an audience watching that is expecting, you know, not to come here every day and see me welding blocks. So a lot of the stuff I want to do, I'm sort of trying to piece in here and there. So I'm just like the scripting. I don't want to bore everybody with 3 hours of scripting. So I did 10 or 15 minutes of it, got it working, and went off and did something else. Tommy Reed said when you were in the area of their beacon and antenna, they call for that's what was happening. That base was like, was it 8 or 12 kilometers away? I don't remember honestly how far it was. This game seems like it would be fun to do PvP, but not with a bunch of randoms. Like if you had a group of friends and you had 3 or 4 people on each side, that you could actually have fun, you know, blowing each other up instead of it being toxic and all that shit. That just seems like it would be really fun. Yeah, and that's what we're part of what I try and do with the servers that we host is part of our gaming community. I don't want to run out and join a bunch of randos and be like, oh, let's do this and I'm going to stream it. I want, like every game we play, I want to try and find some people to play the game with that are, we play Space Engineers a little bit. We go play, 7 days a little bit together. Or we go play Rust together or whatever the hell. Yeah, I have no idea which side this cobalt's on, so we're gonna fly out and find it manually. Come to a stop here. Well, Rust is okay. It's okay to play Rust against people who are toxic if the people on your team are not toxic. It's one of those games where it's not about who you're fighting against, it's about who you're fighting with. And if your folks are toxic, you're just like, nah, it just ruins the experience. If you've got a decent group of friends playing with you, it's not as bad. Oh shit, this cobalt's weird. I'm not even certain how we're supposed to. All right. This one's not going to be easy to get stuff out of. Well, yeah, there's a tiny miner on it, but it's I got to figure out where the spot is that we need to go to. There's a spot right there. What the hell is... Oh, is that the entrance, though? Yeah, that's ice. We're looking for the cobalt so we can figure out where to go in to get it. Okay, so it's... Is it down? So we found it. All right, so it's up here. There's going to be a biatch. Oh, well, we're not using this tiny miner. It's dead. It's turned off? The batteries aren't dead? Okay. All right. Oh shit! Oh my god, that thing, freaking thing leaps right up. Oh, I almost wrecked it. Holy shit. I'd have been like, well, folks, what is... What is... I don't understand what the second... I didn't, this isn't my ship. I didn't set it up, but it looks like it's like maybe for manual control, but it doesn't control them. Like I'll put a... toolbox, I'm going to change that and put that there. Because that's what I'll do, so when I turn on 2, I can manually control the drills for clearing. I don't know what the second one was for. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the cockpit. It just blocks too much of the damn view. They might have been on a hinge. Man, I honestly could have just brought this over here. I didn't need to bring the whole big cube over here. because he's got a landing gear on the top of it, and it's like you can't. This isn't going to fit as you go forward. I'm worried about wrecking it in here. Yeah, it gets boring quickly, yeah. I agree with you. I'm not a fan of landing gear. I just use the connectors on the ships to dock. Landing gear, in my mind, cause more problems than they're worth. Cut the gears off. Because what I always do, and I'm sure it's me that doing it, is I'll end up connecting. And I've done this a couple of times, like I'll land and the gear locks and I don't realize the gear lock. So I disconnect the connector and I just like press the button to zip up and end up ripping the gear off, or I think I've caused an explosion or two this way.
Meteor storm inbound.
I can't even see where the connector is. No, I get it. I get it. I'm just belly aching and bitching. I don't know how strong the connector's set on the cube. So it's disabled, so we should be good. Come on, you guys not going to pull that? I got to manually put some in the large container so then I can drag everything around. All right. There we go. All right, now we got all the cobalt out of there. Second crack, black trip, good walls. Let me, before I do this, let me go see if I because we know where we drilled in, but it's oh no, man. I was hoping there was gonna be like an opening someplace we could get the cube in there, but no. Like so that version of Dig had some. No, it flew good. I'm not bitching about how it's designed. I was bitching about one because that's the first time I ever did it, so I'm grumping. Just the whole landing gear thing just throws me off because I never use landing gear. Might need some more drills. Well, what I'm going to see is how big of a hole I can open up. Yeah, it's not gonna be deep enough, unfortunately. Did we get the printer going? Yes. Well, we got one made. Seeing if I can just fit it in just a little bit further. If I can clear some of this out. We're close to it, so like if we can just get the front of the ship safely inserted just a little bit into the asteroid. I don't know if it's doable, don't know if it's possible, may not be. Doom voxels. Yeah, I'm trying not to. I figure if I do, I'll just put the cube drill head on clear. Handle it that way. I'm clearing shit that doesn't need to be cleared. All right, so what do we... What's it look like? Always out of kelp crisps. You guys need to send me like some birthday cake or something, man. $37 meters. It's gonna be hard to get in there. All right. Oh boy. Engine's on. Unlock. I think that's what we got. Great, you're locked to the ceiling. God. Yeah, I gotta take these off. Okay, what the hell are you hitting? Can tilt the drills down and widen that shaft? No, I'm gonna go rebuild the beast. I need a large grid miner for this. We need the beast back. Get all this stuff out of here. All right. So we got a decent load of it, but we're going to come back to it with the beast. Yeah, I know it has a hinge on it. It's a small grid miner. It's going to take forever to clear that. I need to come back here with a large grid miner. When it's a deep deposit like that, I mean, the amount of time I've sat here. I was hoping it was going to be shallow enough to where I could have opened it up just to squeeze a large grid drill in there, but it wasn't going to work. Oh no, man, you're good. Thank you. I'm not. You're good. It's not your ship I'm complaining about. It doesn't matter what ship it is. I don't want to do it with a small grid miner. It would just take too damn long. Yeah, I have the beast blueprinted. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to rebuild it. Because that sumbitch would... I mean, I'll just fly it over here. I don't even need to bring the cube. Just come over here, tunnel in, mine up an entire belly full of cobalt. Rebirth time, yeah. The beast reborn. Yeah, this cube was not meant for traveling back and forth mining like this. It was meant to be a mobile base that we would park next to an asteroid, harvest the resources that we need, and then move on to the next asteroid. It wasn't meant to go back and forth like a traditional mining ship. I should have come and look like I started to in the beginning to see if that cobalt was on the surface. Because if it's not close to the surface, the cube it's a waste of time. It was meant to assimilate all. Yeah, because now I got to spend 45 minutes trying to dock it. Whoa. Wrong window, buddy. I was wondering where my mouse went. Trying to close up these, trying to close up the windows I had, like Notepad and stuff for the scripting. And I'm like, where'd my mouse go? And I look over, my ship's doing this as I'm shaking my mouse trying to find where it's at. I have 3 monitors. And Joshua, that's one of the things I was hoping to do with the cube. We wouldn't go mine with the cube. We would essentially park next to an asteroid, find where the ore was, and then launch 1 or 2 mining drones from the cube that would just go back and forth mining the asteroid for us. You know, similar to what you have to do with the PAM script, but they wouldn't have far to travel, just coming back and forth to the cube. So you essentially have to sit in the cockpit and eat popcorn and watch your mining drones go back and forth. Ooh. I think I'm heading right towards an asteroid, right? I guess I probably need to veer off a little bit. There's Joe Man. He's fine. He's mining iron. It's too deep for your orbiter. Well, Showman, if I don't know how much time you have left, bud, but I'm gonna build the I got the blueprint for the beast. I don't know if you were you watching the stream series when I had the beast? That big red miner? If we use that, we don't have any issues getting any ore anywhere. But if we don't do it tonight, next stream, we'll set up a printer and even just manually welding it. Yep, the large miner. Even if I project it, manually weld it, it's not going to take that long. It wasn't sophisticated. Yeah, we need to make us a fleet of mining drones, Joe Man, to where we just go out to these asteroids, find the pockets, come home and just assign the drones to go to the asteroid and just mine for us. With a mining script, yeah. I mean, I like mining. I like the whole concept of piloting the ship to go do it, but He's all on the journey along with the cube. This cube is a monstrosity. I'm not afraid to admit it. So much, oh yeah, so much welding. Yes, literally so much welding. It's good at what it's intended to do. But yeah, me sitting here trying to use it as a mining ship. Es no bueno.
Meteor storm inbound.
Okay, we'll get that back on a connector here to get it charged up. I just got to get the cube on this connector to offload all of this stuffs. Whoa. Whoa. Stop shooting shit at us. All right, showman, it's time for the ballet again. I see a connector. This is gonna be a weeble wobble here. We docked. Josh just said you simply have to place a camera in a location with a good view of the dock. Unfortunately, on this server, we're not allowed to use cameras when parallel parking. That's pretty good. Got it pretty close. Yeah, we just never put the... nothing. It was a joke, man. All right, so I don't know how much Cobalt. It was like 90 something K. It was a joke. It was a joke, guys. A joke about parallel parking in a camera. You guys are taking it too literally. You guys not been around anybody who's had to take a driving test recently? And the cars that have like the reverse cameras, they're not allowed to parallel park when they're going for their license using the camera. Never mind. All right. So we got to remove right, so these, I think this works. What is the, do you guys know what this distress signal is? was out here earlier. It's gone. All right. Well, we were going to go look at it. Oh, the beacon is on a timer block, so it flips. So is that why they keep appearing and disappearing? I can't tell you how many times I would look up and I would see that signature and it would disappear. And it was a pain in the ass because I would keep looking for them. Okay, gotcha. All right. Joe, man, I'm trying to figure out if we break this down. Well, not break it down, but remove. I guess we could remove the blueprint and change it to a large grid head and try and do the miner. Or do we want to finish the defensive platforms? What do you think, Joe Man? Do you think it's more important to finish the defenses or get a large grid miner set up so we can go out and do some heavy mining? Oh, wrong thing. Do another platform. All right. Okay. Yeah, let's give it a whirl. Then on this one, I think I'll do what was it Joshua that recommended earlier, putting the blocks between the solar array and the frame, and then I'll update the blueprint so that after that we don't have to add the arrays manually. 3x3x9 welding wall you could pull ship out using a tug ship with a projector. Dude, you're speaking Greek to me. I don't know what a 3x3x9 welding wall is. You guys have fantastic ideas because you've been doing it forever. This shit's all new to me. I don't know what a welding wall is. You're talking about a tug. Is that like a tugboat? You build a ship that what? Latches onto it and tugs other ships around? I don't know. I'm guessing. Gotta remember, this Space Engineers playthrough is Space Noob playthrough. So it's the tug has a landing gear and it lands and connects to the other ship and then uses its thrusters to tug it around. Yeah, I'm not poo-pooing on anybody's ideas. If you say to do something and I'm not doing it, you might as well, start speaking Greek to me when you start telling me to build weld walls and stuff. I'm like, what? He's chill, man. That's why I'm letting him do this. I'm trying to learn from watching him do it. That's whatever way he's doing it. So then what I'll do is, since you guys are talking about weld walls, I'll go out and off stream and I'll look to see what other people do, and then I'll come back and see if I can do it. Our attachment point is not good. You mean from... What do you mean the attachment point? Are you talking about the merge block? What do we need to do? You go get some energy before I die. Gotta find the side with the cube. Large grid welders weld in a 3x3 pattern, so depending on a ship... Okay. So you're saying a weld wall is just like 3 welders in a row? What's a weld line? Okay. I don't know. You guys are confusing Cletus. And some of this stuff Chillman's not going to weld up because it's too close to the merge block. The turret specifically. We probably should have extended that merge block out 4 or 5 small blocks. Sounds like a song. Motors must be connected to your ship's cargo containers. Yeah, they are. Yep, we got that done early. It's all piped in. It's just the spot we picked. We weren't trying to build a welding area. We were just literally trying to throw something together to get these defensive platforms built. And it turned into a bigger project than I thought it was going to. We're just trying to spit these defensive platforms out. Can that post YouTube links? Yeah, I think all links are blocked by the chat bot, I believe. Bigger projects, yeah, dude, this is like, if you guys know anything about project management, this thing has been scope creep galore. It started off, let's build the cube. Well, first it started off, let's build an asteroid base. Then it turned into the cube. Then the cube turned into this. Then this turned into this big defensive thing. So shit, I made you 2 huge step. Oh, you moved it too far? How is your limit doing? Turned off. It's so high, it might as well be turned off. All right, Tommy, you have a good night, brother. Thanks for being here, man, as usual. But yeah, Joshua, I cranked up the, you're talking about the PCU limit, I think? It's up there. I don't know what it is. It's like 2.5 million per player or something. Oh, uh-oh. It's got the jiggly wigglies. You almost seem like you'd be better off. So when we do this and actually create a welding bay or whatever on this station, you almost seem like you'd be better, like if it were an area like this, you'd have a projector here projecting this way. It wouldn't work for these because of the solar panel hanging down. But then you'd have a piston on each side with the welders pointing this way, so that the welders would basically be down both sides, slid along welding. Move the tug to the wall, turn on projector, and slowly. So the projector would be on the tug, and then so that once it welds up the ship, it's connected to the tug, and you just slide it out of the hangar. Back it away as it's built. Still got what, one unfinished block? The turret's missing, which we knew was going to happen because it happened last time. Got that one block, and I think is that in the center? I think it's on the inside. That's why it's not finished. Keep in mind, welders are still... Yep, I already learned that. First time I played with the welder. I'm now familiar with the industrial accident screen. Now we got two unfinished blocks. Poor Joe, man. It's got to be down in the center of it because on both sides it's two away.
Energy energy low.
Your gyros are incomplete. Trying to remember which side they're closer on. I don't remember if they were in the center. Okay, I got one exposed. Let me go get the material. And I shall finish it. Okay, that one's done. Do we still have one that needs to be done? God, now I need steel plates. What? Did I get both of them? No. It's annoying, man. You can't see because it puts that. Is it gone now? Did we get it? No, it's still there. I don't know which block it is. Yeah, you can't see when it puts that missing block texture in there. You can't see what the hell you're doing. The other gyro. Did you find it to get it fixed? Yay. Let's just have a couple of guns in the ice asteroid. Yeah, we could put something up there. We still got a block there. What is that block blinking? Oh, did you replace? You took a block out, put a merge block in its place. So we need to replace that. Joe Man doing headstands. After that gets printed from left to right, then all the turrets will be made. Yeah. Well, I think the one turret, it's just too close to the printer and the rotor. So that where you have the merge block, if we actually just went a couple blocks out further from the station, it would probably be good enough.
Energy low. Meteor storm inbound.
Roll. All right. All right, Mr. Joe Man, this one's pretty much done. When we cut it loose, I'll just have to build the turret that's missing and throw some ammo on it. But we've been streaming for 5.5 hours, so I think I'm gonna go ahead and wrap it up here for tonight. Because I do have to work tomorrow. You're also pretty tired. All right, sir. Thank you once again, Showman, for all your help, bud. I appreciate it. Oh, wait a minute. Why are the... Oh, I know why it's discharging. Why is it discharging? Yep, guys, thanks. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Sorry, I'm just trying to figure out why this is... Oh, well, we'll figure it out tomorrow. Make sure all this stuff is turned off. Yep. All right. All right, guys. You guys have a fantastic evening. Thanks for being here. As usual. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Yeah, the refiners are probably pulling a bunch of power. I shut off the one on the cube just to reduce it. Worst case, if it drains all the batteries, I'll just turn the reactor on. Anyway, you guys have a fantastic evening. Chill, man, get some sleep. Thanks again, buddy. And drop a like on the stream for me if you guys enjoyed it. And we'll be back. Probably do 7 days tomorrow. I'll see how it goes. But we'll be back later this week to finish up our defense array and see how that works out. Get it scripted and get everything wrapped up. And in the meantime, you guys have a fantastic evening. Have a good day tomorrow. I'll see you all next time. Bye.
Red Live sign on. Coffee cup stain on his mouse pad. Bald head gleaming like a full moon. Alright, chat. You ready to watch me lose? Clitus Jenkins. Born in the wrong decade. Got a CRT glow on a 4K upgrade. Zombies at the window, he's looting in the fridge. Trips on his own grenade, falls right off the bridge. Why are they so fast? He yells at the screen, forgot to hit reload since 2013. Chat spams F's like a funeral parade. He just laughs, takes a sip, says, boys, I get paid. Game over. Cletus. Down again and he's grinning. Every L on replay, but somehow he keeps winning. Game over. Cletus. Bald head bright on the nightly show. Dies to zombies, demons, bad decisions. Hit go live and he's back for more. Boss fight demon, 10 health, 1 hit left. He opens up the menu, checks his loadout, checks his specs, all tabs, checks chat.
How you doing tonight?
Comes back, he's a corpse, face down in the firelight. He walks off a ledge, reading out a new sub-name. Drives off a cliff, trying to pause a racing game. Keyboard full of crumbs, energy drink on the floor. That's a pro strat, he says, then dies once more. Game over, Cletus. Down again and he's grinning. Every L on replay, but somehow he keeps winning. Game over, Cletus. Whoa, bald head bright on the nightly show. Dies to zombies, demons, bad decisions. Hit go live and he's back for more. Hit go live and he's back for more. Hit go live and he's back. Hit go live and he's back for more. Old man reflex, but he's still our guy. Glasses at the end of his nose, leaning way too high. Zoom in, zoom in, zoom out. He presses every key. Somehow open settings, changes language to Chinese. Chat, I meant to do that. It's called Advanced Tactical Failure. Game over. Cletus.